Welcome back, friend. Tonight, let's journey through a land of sand, stars, and secrets. Imagine the desert air around you, dry, dense, and pressing like an invisible wool blanket. Not exactly ideal for a good night's sleep, right? And yet, over 2,000 years ago, people not only survived these temperatures, they learned how to tame them. They built houses that breathed, tunnels that cooled, and towers that summoned the wind like a silent orchestra of breeze. You, my friend, would have melted by noon. Don't worry, I would have too. If this story brings you peace tonight, feel free to like and subscribe. It means a lot. And before you drift off, let me know in the comments, where in the world are you listening from? And what time is it for you right now? Let's see how far this breeze can travel. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights. Get cozy. And together, we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. You arrive just as the sun dips below the edge of the Zagros Mountains, its golden rays stretching lazily across the dry earth like a cat yawning before sleep. In front of you lies a city, its walls the color of honeyed clay, its rooftops glittering with the last light of day. This is no ordinary place. You are in ancient Persia, somewhere near what is now Yazd, and the year is, well, that part is fuzzy. Call it the era of clever robes and pre-algebra genius. You walk through a narrow alley. The walls around you rise tall and close together, not out of fear, but by design. Here the streets are like cool tunnels, shaded most of the day. The heat can't quite reach you here, and for a moment, you forget you're in a desert at all. Then you hear it, a soft whistle above your head. You glance up and spot something peculiar. A tower, squared and hollow, perched on the rooftop like a strange crown. The locals call it a badgir, which roughly translates to windcatcher. It stands there calmly, waiting for a breeze, like a sleepy cat with one ear cocked. And tonight, the breeze comes. A gust slides in from the distant mountains. It glides across the rooftops and dives into the tower. The badger splits the wind, channels it downward, and filters it through the rooms below. The air, now cooler from its trip through shaded stone, sweeps across clay floors and sun-baked rugs. You feel it, soft, like the breath of a dream. You step inside one of these homes. It's humble, but elegant, built with mud brick and wisdom. The walls are thick, nearly the length of your arm, designed to store coolness from the night and release it slowly during the punishing day. The ceilings are high, letting the hot air rise, and the floors are bare, but welcoming. You remove your sandals. Yes, they're a little sandy, but this is history, not a five-star resort. A young boy waves to you, then pours you a drink. Rose, water, and crushed ice from an earthen jar buried earlier that morning. Where did they get ice in the desert? Oh, we'll get there. Don't rush. Let the story breathe, just like these houses. For now, you sit. The room hums with the quiet rustle of wind and the faint aroma of herbs drying on a shelf. Mint, thyme, a dash of something sweet. This isn't just clever architecture. It's comfort, designed long before air conditioning became a button on your remote. Outside, the night thickens. Stars bloom across the sky like scattered jasmine petals, And still, the bad gear whispers. You wonder how old this system is, and the answer might surprise you. Historians still debate the exact origin of wind towers. Some say they appeared in Egypt first. Others claim the Persians perfected them, turning simple desert breezes into a science. Either way, they're older than sliced bread, and arguably more refreshing. You wander to the inner courtyard. In the center, a small pool reflects the stars, surrounded by potted plants and a sleeping cat, clearly unimpressed by your presence. You dip your fingers in the water. It's cool. Not just cool for the desert, but genuinely refreshing, like stepping into a dream you didn't know you missed. Someone offers you a sweet. It's a soft pastry stuffed with crushed dates and sprinkled with rose petals. You take a bite. Your modern snack bar will never taste the same again. The breeze picks up. You tilt your head, feeling it skim your cheek. You close your eyes. If this is the first time you've heard of a civilization building homes that literally catch the wind, you're not alone. Modern architects still study these towers. Engineers scratch their heads at how effective they are. And meanwhile, here you are, in the year not quite sure, basking in the brilliance of people who had no thermostats, no air conditioners, and definitely no smart home apps. They just had the wind and the patience to listen to it. Let's be honest. If you and I were stuck out here trying to build a house, we'd probably end up with a sunburn, 2 broken clay pots, and a hastily Googled YouTube tutorial. But the Persians, they built beauty that breathes. And as the moon rises over the quiet, clay rooftops, you begin to feel it too. Not just the breeze, but the hush, the calm, the kind of silence that makes the world seem kinder for a moment. And just like that, the heat is forgotten. The cat stretches, the tower hums, and you, dear traveler, have only just arrived. You wake, or perhaps you never slept. It's hard to tell in a story like this, one woven between dream and dust. The moonlight still spills across the courtyard like a pale silk sheet, and the breeze, drifting through the bedgear, has cooled the walls so thoroughly they feel like stone pillows. You run your fingers along the mud brick. It's smoother than expected, still warm near the top, but down low, blissfully cool. Like the desert itself, has secrets it only shares with those who slow down long enough to ask. In the quiet, someone lights a lamp, not the buzzing, blue-tinted kind you're used to, but a gentle flame dancing behind colored glass. It throws shadows on the wall, shapes of leaves, curved eaves, maybe even a camel if you squint hard enough. And in that soft glow, you're invited to follow another path, deeper into the heart of how the ancient Persians managed to make the desert manageable. You're led through a narrow archway. Your guide, an older man in a robe the color of saffron, barely speaks, but you don't need him to. The walls around you start to shift, not in shape, but in temperature. You feel it immediately. The corridor you're walking through is cooler than the room behind you. How? You whisper. To no one in particular. The answer comes in a sigh of air that rises from the floor. You've reached the qanat. Now don't be alarmed. It's not a mystical creature or a forbidden food. A qanat is, quite simply, one of the greatest inventions you've probably never heard of. It's a subterranean water tunnel, dug by hand and sloped just right to carry cold, clean mountain water downhill, sometimes over 50 kilometers, to the city below. And not in big flashy aqueducts either. These tunnels ran under the ground, quiet and hidden, like the plumbing system of an ancient dream. And you, my friend, are standing above one. The floor you're on is slightly raised, designed to allow the cool air from the qanat to rise through vertical shafts and mingle with the dry desert air above. It's like an air conditioner without wires, buttons, or confusing instruction manuals in 6 languages. It's passive cooling, nature harnessed through geometry, and a stubborn refusal to overheat. You lean over a small grate and feel the cold air wafting up. It smells of stone and time, not stale, just ancient, the kind of air that remembers snowmelt and silence. And here's the kicker. This wasn't some luxury only the rich enjoyed. These systems were communal. Entire neighborhoods were designed around shared access to qanats, with homes arranged to maximize airflow, shade, and water conservation. Imagine a city designed not around traffic patterns and parking spaces, but comfort and climate. Revolutionary, right? At this point, you might be wondering, how did they even build these? The mountains were far, the tunnels long, and the math, well, a little terrifying. But the Persians were nothing if not meticulous. They used vertical shafts, spaced regularly, not only for digging but also for ventilation. They calculated the slope, no more than 1/1000, so the water wouldn't flood or stagnate, and all of this was done without GPS, bulldozers, or that guy in a reflective vest waving at traffic, just labor, stars, and the occasional camel. You reach the end of the corridor and emerge into another room, larger this time, with a domed ceiling and thick columns. You're in a yakchal. The name means ice pit, which sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. But trust me, it's very real. And yes, it's where they made ice. In the desert, you stifle a laugh, but the facts hold firm. These domed structures, some taller than 2-story buildings, were ancient Persian refrigerators. The interior stays naturally cool thanks to a combination of thick insulation, underground chambers, and evaporative cooling. In the winter, water collected in shallow ponds would freeze overnight, then be hauled inside the yakchal and stored beneath layers of straw and ash. Come summer, voila, ice cubes, 500 BC edition. You walk to the center of the dome, your steps echo gently against the curved walls, and your voice disappears as you whisper, "It's cool in here." Not coolish, or cool for the desert, just genuinely, soothingly cool. You could nap in here. Maybe you already are. You sit down on a smooth stone bench. Above you, tiny holes in the dome let light filter in like soft stars. This isn't just engineering. It's poetry, written in brick and breath. And yet, despite all this brilliance, many people today have never heard of the qanats, bagirs, or yakchals. It's not in most textbooks. It doesn't show up in air conditioner manuals. But once you know, you can't unknow. You'll feel a little twinge of smugness next time someone complains about their AC bill. You lean back. The stone is cold and kind. A small breeze drifts through a vent, and somewhere above you, a windcatcher whispers, still doing its quiet work after all these centuries. And historians, oh, they're still debating. Was this technology developed independently in Persia? Was it influenced by earlier systems in Egypt or Mesopotamia? The lines blur, as they often do in ancient history. But one thing's certain, the Persians perfected it, and as you close your eyes for a moment, letting the story wrap around you like a blanket of chilled air and dusty moonlight, you can't help but marvel, once again, that comfort, real comfort, doesn't always come from power cords or digital thermostats. Sometimes it comes from paying attention to wind and water, and the quiet genius of people who listened to both. Your eyes flutter open, or maybe they never closed, and the cool hush of the Yakchal fades into a new place. The dome above disappears, replaced by the open sky, soft and dusky. The sun is lowering now, like a sleepy eye, and the horizon glows with the color of dried apricots and antique parchment. You're walking again, this time through a quiet Persian alley, cobbled stone underfoot, the occasional jasmine vine peeking out from behind sun-worn walls. A cat watches you from a windowsill, blinks, yawns, approves. The smell in the air changes. Clay, smoke, maybe cardamom. It feels like a city unwinding after a long, hot day. And there, ahead of you, nestled in a courtyard shaded by fig trees, you see what might be the beating heart of ancient Persian architecture. The house itself, not just a shelter, a sanctuary. You step inside. The door creaks softly, and the air changes yet again, cooler, still, like the building is exhaling slowly. And here's the magic. This house was designed to breathe. Everything has a purpose. The high ceilings, the inward-facing layout, the courtyard at the center, even the thick adobe walls, all tuned to resist heat like a camel in a tuxedo. You pass under a curved archway. That's not just for show, you know. Arches help distribute weight and let the air move gently between spaces. Instead of crashing in like a modern air vent, the floor is tiled, glazed in soft blues and greens, colors chosen not just for beauty, but for how they reflect heat and light. In the center of the courtyard, a small pool, shallow, rippling gently, catches the last rays of sun. It's not just decorative. That water is a natural coolant. As it evaporates, it takes a bit of the heat with it, like a sigh you didn't know you needed. You sit by the edge, dip a finger in. It's as cold as a gossiping ant's judgment, but far more welcome. You look up, and now you notice vents high on the walls, designed to let hot air escape upward while the cool air stays low. A logic that makes you wonder how modern houses got it so backwards. And then, there it is again, the bagir. This one even taller, with openings on all four sides. The breeze today is light, but still, it catches something. A whisper, a ribbon of wind that travels down the shaft, brushing past soaked pads or damp clay, cooling as it descends. You can actually hear it, a sound like a sigh made of silk. You lie back on the tiled bench beneath it, and for a moment, you think, if I lived here, I'd never need a fan again. maybe just a glass of mint tea and a good story. Like this one. Funny thing, this house, like many others, was also aligned with the stars. No, really, ancient builders often used the stars to determine the direction of prevailing winds, sunlight angles, and seasonal changes. You know, the way some people today still use astrology to decide whether to text their ex, but instead of "don't date a Taurus," it was more like "build your house facing northwest to catch the summer breeze." Practical, grounded, genius, and it wasn't just about function, it was about feel. These homes were places of beauty, calm, and gathering. You can almost hear the clink of cups, the murmur of poetry being recited, someone laughing gently at a line from Ferdowsi. Maybe there's a child chasing a copper coin across the tiles. Maybe it's you. You find a corner of the courtyard with cushions stacked neatly under a grapevine trellis. You sink into one, and the fabric hugs you like it's been waiting all day. You could stay here forever. The heat, so present just hours ago, now feels like a memory told in third person. And yes, historians still debate how universal these cooling strategies were across ancient Iran. Did every town use badgirs? Were khanates strictly urban? Or did rural villages have them too? Some argue they were mostly for the wealthy. Others point to communal access and shared spaces as proof otherwise. But as always, the truth is probably a bit of both. The rich may have had the fanciest domes and deepest pools, but even modest homes had clever ways of staying cool. And here you are, feeling the benefit of it all. You hear a voice, your guide, the saffron-robed man from earlier, calling softly. You follow him through another shaded hallway where the walls have been etched with patterns so delicate they look like lace, not just art. These grooves help break up direct sunlight, scatter heat, and reduce glare. It's like architectural sunscreen, SPF, centuries of wisdom. You reach a room with wooden shutters, half open, letting the air play with the curtain threads. The guide lifts one window fully, and the wind catches the room like a soft breath into a sleeping mouth. The walls don't even creak. They welcome it, like they've been waiting. He smiles, doesn't say much, just hands you a small bowl. Rose water and cucumber, cool, fragrant, like the idea of shade in edible form. You sip and sigh. Of course, they invented snacks to match the weather. And then, like all quiet things, the moment stretches and slowly begins to drift. A breeze lifts your hair. A cat curls up next to your feet. The walls hum their old, dusty lullaby. You feel your eyelids go soft, and just before sleep tugs you back again, one thought lingers. How did we ever forget this? You blink again, or maybe you don't. It doesn't really matter now. The story carries you forward like a leaf on a stream, and you follow, lazy, content, cool. The Persian courtyard melts away, and you find yourself somewhere else entirely, underground, and yet not quite dark. The light here glows soft and golden, seeping in from clever angles. You hear the faint sound of dripping water and feel the hush of cool air brushing past your skin. The walls are smooth, carved with purpose. You're in a Kanat tunnel now. It stretches ahead, narrow and low, but it doesn't feel confining. It feels ingenious. Because here's the marvel. Long before modern pipes, pumps, or programmable thermostats, the Persians engineered something deceptively simple and completely brilliant, a passive, gravity-fed water channel that could stretch for miles beneath the earth, bringing fresh, cool water from deep aquifers in the mountains to dry, thirsty cities in the valleys, all without a single electric pump. You walk slowly along the smooth path beside the stream. It sings a soft melody like a lullaby for engineers. And if you listen closely, you can almost hear the pickaxes, the whispered instructions passed through darkness, the precise measurements made with a plumb line and some seriously steady hands. Some qanats were over 60 kilometers long. 60. That's like someone today digging a tunnel from your bedroom to another time zone, just so you can have chilled drinking water without lifting a finger. You crouch beside one of the vertical shafts, those deep, round openings you saw earlier from above. They let in just enough air and light, spaced evenly, like notes on a musical staff. Each one was critical. Too few, and the workers below would suffocate. Too many, and the structure might collapse. A balance of breath and stone. The ground beneath your feet hums faintly. You place your palm flat and feel the movement of water, gentle, confident, older than most cities. Of course, not all qanats were perfect. Some collapsed. Some were stolen by rival tribes who wanted their water redirected. Others dried out in droughts. And historians still argue, were qanats first invented by Persians? Or did they adapt earlier models from Mesopotamians? Maybe even Egyptians? The debate trickles on, like the water itself. Still, there's no denying the scale of what the Persians built. In Yazd alone, yes, the same sunburnt city from earlier, there were hundreds of qanats beneath the earth. A city floating on silent rivers, secret aqueducts humming like poetry. You pause again beside a small alcove in the tunnel wall. There's a worn leather satchel resting there, probably left behind centuries ago. You reach in, not to disturb it, of course, just to peek, and find a folded parchment, ink faded, lines careful and curved. Maybe it's a maintenance log, or a love letter disguised as engineering notes. You chuckle softly. Same thing, really. Dear Marjan, it might begin. The water runs smooth today. The tunnel held through the quake. I miss the scent of apricots in your hair. You move on, leaving the ghost letter undisturbed. Eventually, the tunnel curves upward, leading you toward the light. As you emerge from the earth, the warmth returns, but it's gentler now, balanced by the memory of what flowed beneath. You're back in the city. This time, you find yourself at the edge of a garden. Not just any garden, a Persian garden. Bagh, they called it, walled on all sides, divided into 4 quarters by walkways and streams, shaded with cypress and pomegranate trees. The original blueprint for what we now call paradise. No, seriously. The word paradise comes from the old Persian paradisa, meaning walled garden. Heaven, for the ancients, wasn't a cloud-filled karaoke lounge. It was a shady courtyard with a trickling fountain, a breeze whispering through the jasmine, and maybe a fig or two that dropped straight into your lap. You step through the archway into this garden. The air smells green, herbs and wet stone. Bees hum politely near the lavender. Somewhere nearby, someone is singing softly, a tune with more longing than melody. You follow it, past the fountain, past the tiled paths, into a corner of the garden where the ground dips ever so slightly, and there, tucked beside the roots of an old plane tree, you find another little miracle of design, a Shabastan, a subterranean chamber, half room, half dream. You descend into it slowly. The temperature drops like a velvet curtain, instantly cool, almost cold. Not the sterile chill of an air conditioner, but the organic, mineral kind of cool that wraps around your shoulders like a shawl soaked in mountain mist. You sit, or maybe lie down. The stone is smooth beneath you. The ceiling arches above, perfectly shaped to trap rising heat and push it away. No fans, no humming machinery, just geometry and time. And of course, some Shabastans even had water channels running beneath the floor. Kanats again, letting that underground river pass quietly, invisibly, just beneath your feet, cooling the stone, cooling you. You run your fingers across the patterned tiles. You listen to the silence. You wonder why modern buildings insist on making everything louder, brighter, harder. When here, in this quiet, earth-cooled space, you finally understand what real comfort feels like. And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know how weird this can get. We've seen laundry washed in Roman pee, fans powered by ancient hand cranks, even Mesopotamian refrigerators made from sand and sweat. But somehow, this elegant, passive, perfectly silent cooling system feels the most magical of all, because it worked, and it still works. You close your eyes, and if the breeze happens to sigh through the bad gear above, if the water beneath your feet murmurs a lullaby, if the jasmine drips its scent into your dreams, well, that's just Persia, tucking you in. You stir slightly, not from discomfort, but from curiosity. The air around you has changed once more, warmer, but still pleasant. There's a smell of something baking far away, maybe cardamom bread or dates. Somewhere a door creaks open, then swings shut with a whisper, like it's been doing the same thing for the past 1,000 years. You rise slowly from the Shabastan, stretching limbs that somehow feel both ancient and refreshed. The garden waits for you outside, but this time the scene has shifted again. The trees are taller now, the walkways more elaborate, and the hum of human life has returned. Though still gentle, still dreamlike, you're standing in the heart of a royal palace, not a towering monument of marble and intimidation, but a cozy maze of courtyards, galleries, and breezy halls. You've arrived at the court of the Achaemenid kings, in a place the Greeks called Persepolis, a name that, when whispered at night, sounds like a sigh, Persepolis. But tonight, you won't be touring battlefields or reading decrees in gold ink. No, tonight you follow the quieter servants, the architects, the engineers, the comfort makers, if you will. They're working on something unusual, a new type of room, designed to house scrolls and scribes, but most importantly, to keep those scrolls from becoming, well, scroll soup in the desert heat. And so, once again, the Persians return to their old friend, airflow. You walk down a narrow corridor and notice something odd. The floor beneath you slopes ever so slightly downward. The air tastes cooler the further you go. You pass a panel carved into the stone, almost invisible, until you hear a soft whoosh behind it. Yes, another badger. But this one isn't freestanding. Like the towers you saw earlier, it's part of the wall, disguised, channeled, elegant, and behind it lies something even more fascinating, the wind tunnel system of the Persian archives. You pause, because this is not just architecture. It's an ancient form of climate-controlled storage. Scrolls were kept dry and cool with natural airflow designed centuries before electric fans were even a dream. Each room was carefully oriented to catch prevailing winds, each ceiling height calculated for temperature balance, each vent a whisper of innovation. You move deeper into the archives. The air here is calm, still, a little dry now. You brush your fingers along a papyrus scroll, its edges curled like sleeping cat paws. The script is ancient, but the ink remains crisp. There's a note tied to one of the scrolls, just a simple string. You untie it gently and read the tiny sliver of parchment attached. Keep this cool. It contains the king's favorite dessert recipe. You laugh, startled by the domesticity of it all. Of course, even monarchs had cravings. Of course, someone's job, maybe yours, in another life, was to guard not just state secrets, but fig cake formulas. And somewhere beyond this room, in another wing of the palace, that cake is probably being served with rosewater on a silver tray to a very sleepy prince who doesn't realize his snack is being protected by physics and fluid dynamics. You return the scroll carefully. The air behind you stirs again, soft as a cat's tail brushing past your ankle. You look up and notice something. The wind doesn't just blow through the building. It breathes. It inhales heat, exhales cool, like the palace is alive, like it's looking after itself. Historians, of course, still debate how intentional all this was. Did the ancient engineers truly understand convection and pressure differentials? Or did they simply follow instinct, trial, and a few sunburns? No one's certain. The arguments swirl around like desert dust. But one thing is clear. The result worked. Scrolls lasted longer. Workers stayed alert. And royal desserts, mercifully, did not melt into sticky parchment puddles. You wander out into a side hallway, passing tall niches filled with pottery. One jar has condensation on its sides. You lean closer. It's not sweating from heat. It's cool to the touch. Inside, nestled like a secret, is a small flask of something pale and fragrant. Yogurt? Milk? Maybe early sorbet? You don't drink it. Of course, you're too polite. But the thought lingers. This is how refrigeration began. Not with humming motors and freezer compartments, but with shade, with airflow, and with someone who looked at a hot room and thought, what if it wasn't hot? Outside, a breeze picks up, and the leaves of a plane tree begin to rustle. You smile, because by now, you recognize the sound not just as wind, but as the palace working, breathing, cooling, preserving. As you make your way back toward the open courtyard, the evening deepens. A full moon hangs low over the rooftops, and the shadows lengthen like silk ribbons. You lean against a wall, which, oddly enough, feels cooler than the night air. A little miracle of thermal mass, another quiet victory of stone over sun. And for a moment, you wonder, what if we still built like this? What if modern cities were designed to breathe? What if skyscrapers had bad gears, and shopping malls had qanats, and your office came with a personal Shabistan? But that's for another night. Tonight, you're not an architect. You're just a dreamer, gently floating through the soft edges of ancient air. The night settles in deeper now. Even the garden seems to exhale, its breeze brushing past your cheeks like a sleepy yawn. You hear the soft splash of a fountain somewhere nearby, the same fountain you passed earlier, only now it feels like it's been there for centuries longer. You're not just walking through one palace anymore. You realize you're gliding along a continuum of Persian wisdom, gently unfolding through time. And in this chapter of the tale, your path takes you underground, not into something dark or foreboding, mind you. Nothing like a dungeon. Instead, you descend into what feels like a cool stone tunnel lined with carefully placed bricks and lit by soft torchlight. The air is crisp, even chilly. It smells faintly of earth, with a distant sweetness, dates perhaps, or dry fig leaves. You've stepped into one of Persia's quietest miracles, the qanat system. You pause at a curve in the tunnel, because really, this deserves some admiration. You are now walking through a 2,500-year-old subterranean aqueduct, a kind of hydraulic stealth mode that channels mountain water across miles of desert, without pumps, without machines. Just gravity, just math, just stone. And just so, we're clear. You are standing inside ancient plumbing, elegant, dry-footed plumbing that allowed the great cities of Persia to bloom where no city should have existed. It's like someone looked at a burning desert, squinted at a map, and said, "You know what this needs? A wine garden," and then made it happen. The walls of the qanat are smooth to the touch. You run your hand along the surface as you walk. Every few feet, you pass a shaft open to the sky, vertical access points that look like tiny wells. Above ground, they dot the landscape like freckles on the earth. Below, they keep the air moving, cooling the water gently as it flows. You stop by one of these vertical shafts and peek up. The stars wink back at you. You imagine what it must have felt like to dig these tunnels, workers descending by rope, pickaxes tapping carefully, generation after generation, finishing what the last one started, a labor of precision and patience. You wonder if they ever got bored and sang songs, or argued about who packed the better lunch. Some qanats, they say, stretched for over 50 kilometers. Think about that. Entire mountains funneled into your courtyard tap, and all done by hand, guided by water whisperers who knew the lay of the land better than any GPS ever could. You pass a trickle of water running along a carved channel. It's not gushing, not dramatic, just steady, like a thought that refuses to stop flowing. The kind of water that nourished cities in silence, that filled basins for cooling fruit, that allowed gardens to exist where only sun and dust had ruled. Persians didn't just survive the desert, they designed around it, gently, lovingly, with a kind of respect that today's air-conditioned towers would do well to remember. You reach a widening in the tunnel, an underground chamber where water pools. Briefly before continuing its journey, you crouch beside it, dipping your fingers in. The coolness surprises you again. It's the same surprise every time, a little miracle on repeat. Above this chamber, somewhere out of sight, lies another windcatcher. The air from above spirals downward, brushing the surface of the water, sending chilled vapors drifting through the tunnel. It's not just a cooling system. It's a collaboration. Stone, wind, and water, best friends forever. You sit for a moment on a ledge carved into the chamber wall. Above you, the faintest rustling of wind. Beside you, the never-tiring trickle of ancient irrigation. And within you, a small and growing admiration for a people who thought heat wasn't a curse. It was just another element to balance. Some historians claim Connaughts originated even before the Achaemenid Empire, possibly in the time of the Medes. Others argue it was a brilliant innovation, passed between cultures like a favorite blanket. Either way, the result is the same: longevity. Some of these systems are still in use today, right now, carrying water to farms and towns, whispering softly under the noise of the modern world. You chuckle softly, because while your city might panic during a 5-minute power outage, ancient Persia calmly handled 50 Bagadarsi summers with tunnels and breeze, and maybe some fig jam. You rise again, moving on through the tunnel. As you do, the air changes, grows warmer. The tunnel narrows slightly. The rhythm of your steps begins to match the heartbeat of the earth. And then you see a ladder, stone steps leading upward, spiraling toward a soft amber glow. You climb slowly, one step at a time, until your head emerges through an opening. You've arrived in another garden, but this one feels older, somehow wilder, less groomed. And in the center stands a domed structure, round, elegant, and hollow. You walk inside. It's a yakchal, a snow dome. You blink in disbelief. You're still in the desert, right? Still in ancient Persia? Then how is this even here? The air inside is icy. Your breath fogs. Beneath the dome lies a deep pit, once filled with snow and ice, gathered from nearby mountains, or made overnight using shallow evaporative pools. This was the Persian refrigerator, used to store not just perishable foods, but frozen desserts and even blocks of ice. In summer, the design is brilliant. Thick insulating walls, high ventilation shaft, and clever drainage at the base. All powered by nothing, just shade and science. And yet, here you are, in a dome of cool, surrounded by silence, in the middle of a desert night. The floor beneath you hums with the memory of thousands of summer days cooled in silence. You look up through the top vent and watch as moonlight drips in slowly, like honey falling through a straw. You exhale. This isn't just architecture, it's peace, set in stone. And as you step back, out into the garden and look up at the sky, you can almost hear the land itself whispering a lullaby. Don't fight the heat. Dance with it. Channel it. Let it pass through you. You smile again, because now you know the stars haven't moved, but somehow the night feels deeper now, thicker, as if it's wrapping itself around you like a soft cotton shawl. You take a slow breath. The garden has faded behind, the Yakchal's dome just a memory, and ahead, a long corridor leads toward an open courtyard bathed in silver moonlight. Your sandals tap softly on smooth stone as you walk, and each step echoes gently, like history answering back. You're still in ancient Persia, still drifting in that space between sand and sky, where design becomes poetry. And tonight, your path brings you into the very heart of where all this cooling magic converged. The Persian home, not the kind of home where someone yells across an open-plan kitchen about whose turn it is to load the dishwasher. No, this is quieter. This is an inward-facing sanctuary, built not to show off, but to survive. As you pass through an archway, you enter a courtyard enclosed on all four sides by clay brick walls. In the center, square pool mirrors the moon, its surface unbroken. Cypress trees rise like quiet guardians at each corner, and somewhere behind one of those carved wooden doors, a breeze stirs, a breeze invited in, guided lovingly by design. You walk toward the largest doorway and step inside. The house is dim, cool and hushed. Its thick earthen walls have spent the whole day soaking up the desert sun, and now, like responsible adults, they refuse to let any of it back in. You're drawn toward the Shabistan, a sunken living area, often below ground level, lined with cushions and scented with the quiet comfort of rosewater and musk. It's here, in the embrace of shadow, that families gathered during the day's hottest hours. And guess what? The cooling wasn't just passive, it was precise. Above you, a badger, a windcatcher, has been positioned just so, directing the slightest breeze downward into the space. Some of them had damp cloth or trickling water inside to boost the effect, like a natural AC. Except this one doesn't hum, doesn't buzz, doesn't break down after 2 summers. You recline on a cushion, resting your head against a rolled bolster. The plastered walls bear faint geometric patterns, calligraphy, and design worked into form. They're not just pretty, they reduce glare. The whole room is a masterclass in low-tech, high-effect. Some homes even had movable panels, wooden mashrabia, that could be opened or closed depending on wind direction. And floors? Occasionally layered with reed mats over cooled ceramic jugs of water. You let your hand trail across the floor. No rug shock, just a lovely, breathable chill. And here's the kicker. These houses weren't just about temperature. They were about privacy and peace. The idea of the Persian home was to turn away from the harshness of the outside and cultivate a personal, microclimate of stillness. Even the kitchens were cleverly designed, ovens placed to avoid heat spread, windows arranged not for the view, but for airflow. You begin to see the pattern. Every inch of these homes is a soft rebellion against chaos, a declaration that comfort doesn't have to be loud, that elegance can come in the form of strategic stillness. And then you hear footsteps, not ominous, just soft. A host, perhaps from centuries ago, offering sherbet in a clay cup. You imagine sipping something cool, flavored with mint and cucumber, while someone plays a santur in the background. There's no rush here, no alerts, No inboxes to zero. Just you, the architecture, the breeze. Of course, not every house had this level of comfort. This was the domain of the urban elite. Merchants, poets, scholars. Rural homes often used similar principles, but on a simpler scale. But across all classes, you find one recurring truth. Comfort was considered a virtue, not a luxury, not a reward, a human right, provided it didn't disturb harmony. And speaking of virtue, here comes a strange one. In some houses, they used ice storage for funerals. That's right, the yakchal we saw. Sometimes they'd place bodies on ice until a proper ceremony could be arranged. Respectful, elegant, and again, surprisingly chilled. Historians still debate whether these practices came first from Persia or were influenced by neighboring cultures like the Mesopotamians or Egyptians. But you know what? Let them debate. You're just enjoying the air. You shift slightly on the cushion and look upward. The ceiling rises in curves and soft arches. Some designs even used small openings with colored glass, letting light in at angles that would never heat the room. It's all so kind. That's the word for it, really. Not just clever, not just old, but kind. A way of living that respected both the people inside and the elements outside. That didn't fight nature, but befriended it. You stand again, stretching lazily. The air still flows. The silence is musical. And as you pass once more through the archway, back into the courtyard, you feel the cool stone under your feet. Wonder how the modern world got so noisy. Before you leave, you pause at the edge of the pool. You dip your fingers in, and again, the surprise. Chill, perfect, ordinary magic. You glance once more at the windcatcher, standing tall against the moon, and you swear, it almost looks like it's smiling. The air follows you now, like a gentle companion. It coils behind your steps as you cross another courtyard, quiet except for the rhythmic trickle of water and the distant hoot of an owl hidden in the rafters. The night has deepened further, so soft it's hard to believe it's real. You slip into a narrower passage where stone turns to marble beneath your soles, and the glow of small oil lamps casts golden halos on the walls. You follow the light, curious, until the space opens into something unexpected. You've arrived at a bazaar, but not just any bazaar. This one isn't bustling. It's sleeping. The merchants have shuttered their wooden stalls, and the silk awnings flap quietly in the breeze. But you can still smell the memory of cardamom, incense, and honeyed pistachios. This is a place that held secrets, stories, and surprisingly, innovation. Tonight, you're here to understand how cool air once flowed not only through homes, but through entire marketplaces. You pause beside a stall that once sold rosewater, the jars still glinting faintly in the moonlight. Above you, open slits in the roofline, like the narrow eyes of a half-asleep cat, guide air downward, funneling it through the long corridors. These weren't just architectural flair. They were wind tunnels, designed to vent heat and waft coolness across stone floors and sleeping merchants. The design was so effective that some medieval travelers wrote home in awe, baffled at how, in the middle of summer, a Persian marketplace could feel cooler than their own shaded gardens. And here's where it gets even more fascinating. In certain cities like Isfahan, passive cooling was woven into the urban fabric. Imagine that. City planning that prioritized comfort without sacrificing beauty. You could walk for miles under archways and vaulted roofs, and thanks to windcatchers, underground canals, and shaded passages, you'd rarely break a sweat. Some markets had qanats running beneath them, underground water channels that transported mountain meltwater into the city. The airflow from these qanats would rise into the bazaar through cleverly placed vents, bringing with it not just cool air, but a subtle, earthy scent, like rain on dry soil. You take a deep breath. It's like air conditioning met aromatherapy and decided to go on a caravan trip together. Of course, it wasn't always perfect. Sometimes, especially after midday, the heat would sneak in, especially during bad wind years. That's right, bad wind years. Apparently, even nature has off days. You step deeper into the market, passing a metalworker's shop. The tools are quiet now, but once they would have clanged through the corridors. Even in those noisy moments, there was a certain calm to the design. Walls thick enough to dampen sound, curves shaped to carry voice softly rather than harshly. Some historians still debate whether the wind tunnels were intentionally aligned with the prevailing winds, or whether it was happy accident. Others argue over when exactly the system was first implemented. Some say 500 BCE, others point to Achaemenid court documents. But as you lean against a cool stone pillar, does it really matter? You're here, you're feeling it, and it works. And here's a strange little fact. Some merchants stored jugs of yogurt or cheese underground in the bazaars. Why? Because it stayed fresh longer. Early refrigeration, powered by nothing but gravity, water, and wind. No buttons, no compressor, just pure design intelligence. You find yourself wondering how many of these ideas got lost, or rather, ignored. After all, it's hard to sell a breeze. You can't put a price tag on a well-placed clay wall. You chuckle softly. The ancient Persians would have made terrible TikTok influencers. Here's my passive cooling clay dome. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And speaking of which, if this quiet drift through a moonlit market is bringing you peace tonight, feel free to like and subscribe. It means a lot. You pause, looking around. Some of the oldest sections of these bazaars were built not just for comfort, but for community. Wide open meeting halls, spaces where travelers shared sherbet and gossip. Think of it as a hybrid between a co-working space, a cafe, and your nosy aunt's front porch. Even the acoustics were considered. Some ceilings were domed to amplify whispers, but mute shouting, which honestly feels like a feature modern comment sections could really use. You wander a bit more. A stray cat watches you from atop a spice barrel, eyes blinking slowly. She stretches, yawns, and curls back into herself. Even she knows this place is for dreaming, not drama. And now, you see something ahead. A small wooden door, half hidden behind ivy, tucked into a corner where two corridors meet. It looks unimportant, which means, of course, it's exactly where we're going, because behind that door is the next level of Persian cooling ingenuity. You step forward, hand resting lightly on the handle. The cool brass sends a shiver through your palm, and as you open the door and descend into shadow once more, you wonder, how much more can the desert teach us about staying calm? The door creaks softly as you open it, revealing a staircase spiraling downward. The steps are stone, worn smooth by countless souls before yours. As you descend, the air thickens slightly, cooler, damper, and more fragrant, like a deep cave after rainfall. You're entering what the ancient Persians called a sardab, an underground chamber often attached to a home or market, designed specifically for cooling and resting during the hottest hours. Sardab literally means cold water place, and tonight it feels like slipping into the belly of the earth itself. Your sandals echo as you step carefully, 1 foot at a time, your fingers grazing the stone wall beside you. As your eyes adjust to the dimness, you start to see the room take shape. A vaulted ceiling, low stone benches, and a basin in the center still glistening faintly with condensation. This, you realize, is not just a room. It's a science experiment in disguise. One that has been running quietly for over 2,000 years. See, the sardab wasn't only cool because it was underground. That helped, yes. But the true magic came from airflow engineering. Overhead, you notice narrow shafts carved into the ceiling, leading back up to the surface. These are windcatchers, or badgers, and they act like nature's air pumps. Here's how it works. In simple terms, even your overheated summer brain could appreciate. Hot air outside rises, cooler air in the Kanat tunnels flows upward to replace it. The wind catchers catch breezes and send them downward through vertical shafts, creating a natural air circulation system. The pressure differences between the surface and the subterranean levels generate a flow that literally pulls heat out and pushes cool air in. You sit down on one of the benches. The stone is deliciously cold against your legs. And now, here comes the part that feels like science fiction, but it's all very real. Some of these sardabs were so efficient that even meat and milk could be stored inside them without spoiling in the middle of the Iranian summer. Others were connected to ice pits. Yes, ice, in the desert. We'll get to that weirdness soon. You tilt your head back, imagining the builders aligning every shaft and tunnel like puzzle pieces. No fans, no solar panels, just airflow, water, and geometry. Of course, there were arguments. Some scholars still squabble over who built the first sardab. Was it in ancient Susa? Or did the idea migrate from the Indus Valley? Others claim it was a Babylonian concept, borrowed and perfected, and still others insist it emerged spontaneously from different regions, like a global game of cool air telephone. As always, historians can't agree, but the sardabs don't care. They just keep being cool. A drop of water falls from a clay pipe in the corner. The sound echoes gently. You think about modern basements, often damp, dark, and a little creepy. This isn't that. This is cozy. In fact, you wouldn't mind staying here for a few more hours, just listening to the whispers of ancient air moving through the walls. And speaking of cozy, Remember when I told you about the Persian market cat snoozing on the spice barrel? Turns out she wasn't just after the warmth. Many bazaars had sardabs tucked underneath specific shops, and even the animals figured out they were prime napping spots. Smart cat, you hear something. Faint footsteps above. A merchant? A dream? It doesn't matter. You're wrapped now in the stillness, the peace, the perfect, engineered silence of the sardab. And get this, some sardabs weren't just for cooling. They were used as social salons. Families would gather in the afternoons to drink sharbat, a kind of herbal, sweet drink, play music, and gossip about the neighbors while staying comfortably out of the sun's tantrums. In a way, the sardab was like the ancient version of a summer cafe. Just, you know, carved into the ground and equipped with a passive air conditioning system better than most modern apartment buildings. You lean back. You can almost hear the gentle chatter of ghosts, laughter, music, the clink of ceramic cups. This was life, quiet, deliberate, and surprisingly advanced. You run your fingers across the bench's edge. It's smoother than expected. Centuries of use have polished the stone. Someone might have sat here 1,500 years ago, also seeking shelter from the same kind of sun. Time bends underground. It hums at a slower frequency, and as your eyelids start to grow heavier, lulled by the low rhythm of dripping water and the hush of moving air, you realize something lovely. The desert didn't just demand endurance, it inspired innovation. From the windcatchers above to the tunnels below, every brick and breeze was a soft rebellion against the heat. You stand slowly, stretching. The air wraps around you again, cool and kind. And as you move toward a second doorway, lower, smaller, carved into the side of the sardab, you wonder, if they could store milk underground in summer, could they store ice? You place your hand on the wooden door. It feels colder than it should. Behind it lies the strangest miracle of all. The door creaks open with a whisper, and a gentle wave of cold air washes over you. So unexpected, so startlingly cool that you blink. It smells of clay, stone, and a whisper of something crisp and pure, almost wintry. You duck slightly to step through. The ceiling is low here, arched like the inside of a seashell. Your feet crunch softly. Packed earth? Or something more? You realize, almost laughing, you're in the middle of a desert, and it's cold. This is no ordinary chamber. This is a yakchal. Literally translated, it means ice pit. Yes, a fridge. In the middle of Persia, in the middle of ancient times. And no, you're not dreaming. Or if you are, it's a very well-researched dream. You walk further in, marveling at the design. The structure rises above ground in a dome shape, like a giant upside-down bowl. But below the surface, it's a cone that dives deep, sometimes as much as 20 meters down. The walls are thick, at least 2 meters thick, made of a special mixture called sarouj, a cocktail of clay, sand, egg whites, goat hair, and lime. Yes, goat hair. Don't question it. It works. The result? Insulation so powerful that it kept ice solid for months, even through the blazing summers. Here's the part that makes your modern brain short-circuit a little. The Persians didn't just use ice, they made it. Imagine this. It's a freezing, desert night in winter. Shallow pools of water are laid out near the yakchal, carefully positioned to capture the cold. By dawn, a thin sheet of ice forms. Workers then break the ice, stack it inside the pit, and layer it with straw or hay to insulate. Day after day, week after week, they build up an enormous supply of ice, all without electricity, of course. You look up. The top of the dome has a clever vent, allowing warm air to escape and cool air to sink. Hot air rises. Remember that? They used it to their full advantage. And get this, some yakchals were shared by entire communities. Like a co-op freezer, families would keep their portions of ice, wrapped in canvas or clay jars, labeled with symbols or names. You imagine one with a little cat doodle on it. Property of Fatima, do not lick. Naturally, historians still argue. Some say these structures first appeared in the Achaemenid era. Others claim they reached their peak in the later Qajar period. One even insists the design was based on older Mesopotamian food pits. As always, the truth is buried somewhere, under layers of sand, debate, and straw-covered ice. And yes, ice cream was a thing. Not the Ben & Jerry's kind, of course, but something they called faluda, thin noodles made from starch, mixed with semi-frozen syrup, flavored with rosewater and lime. It was sold at markets and served at feasts. Cool, sweet, and just exotic enough to make your modern-day dessert look basic. You imagine yourself holding a clay bowl of it now. A bit melty, a lot delicious. Suddenly, you hear something. A soft thump, then a giggle. You turn. In the far corner, a group of children, barefoot, sun-kissed, and mischievous, are pretending to be snow monsters. They're throwing small chunks of ice at each other, laughing in that breathless, summer break kind of way. One notices you, grins, and tosses a piece your direction. It lands at your feet, skidding to a stop. You grin back. What else can you do? You're a traveler out of time, standing in an ice warehouse built in a desert 2,000 years ago, with ancient kids inviting you to a snowball fight, and you're somehow not surprised. History, you've come to learn, is much stranger than fiction, and far more delightful. You brush your fingers against the ice block beside you. It's smooth, cold, slowly sweating. You can feel the passage of time embedded in its chill. The yakchal isn't just a storage unit. It's a promise that with enough ingenuity, you can reshape your world, even in the face of relentless heat. The sun may rule the day, but here, in this pocket of shade and stone, people made winter last all year. And remember the qanats? Some yakchals were built directly above them, using the underground water channels as natural coolant. It's like stacking ancient inventions into a single miracle. Now that's sustainable engineering. You lean against the wall, soaking in the cold. Your heartbeat slows. It's peaceful here, timeless. Above, camels and carts still move through the sun. But here, below the earth, in this conical echo chamber, everything feels suspended, like a snowflake that never quite melts. Before you leave, you glance back one more time, and you wonder if they could build a refrigerator In the desert, what else did they dream of? And as you step toward the arched hallway that leads out of the yakchal, your fingers trailing along the wall's chilled curve, your mind already reaching forward to the next marvel, you start to realize Persian ingenuity wasn't just about comfort, it was about balance, about listening to nature and working with it, not against it. Next, you'll see how this wisdom shaped entire cities. You take a deep breath. The air is warmer now, scented with dust and distant jasmine. Your journey continues. You emerge from the cool womb of the yakchal into the golden blaze of the Persian sun, blinking like you've just stepped out of a dream. The light is sharp, but your mind is still wrapped in that gentle cold, like carrying a ghost of winter with you. And then the silence shifts. Not far away, you hear it, a low murmur, like wind weaving through alleys, or perhaps voices, the hum of a city. You follow it. You climb a gentle slope, cresting a small ridge, and before you, spread across the valley, like a carefully woven tapestry, is a Persian desert city, pulsing with life, but not chaotic. No smoke, no shouts, just a graceful, quiet order, as if everything breathes in rhythm with the land. This is Yazd, or something very much like it from centuries ago. Here's what you notice first. The rooftops, flat, uniform, some with domes, some with pots and herbs drying in the sun, but rising above them like watchful sails or upside-down chimneys are tall, narrow towers with slits along the sides, the windcatchers, and just like that, your inner architect sits bolt upright. Because these towers, called badgirs, are the beating heart of the Persian city's natural air conditioning. Think of them as ancient air vents centuries ahead of their time, but instead of pushing out hot air like a modern exhaust fan, they pull in cool breezes, channeling them down into homes, storage rooms, and underground cisterns. You move closer, stepping into a narrow alleyway, cooler than it should be. Shade from mud brick walls helps, yes, but there's more. You pause, tilt your head. You hear the wind moving through the badgirs. A soft sigh, like the city itself is exhaling. Inside a nearby home, you peer through a carved wooden window. A family is gathered around a low table, a pitcher of water beads with condensation. They sit on cushions beneath an open badgir shaft, cooled not by machines, but by wind, water, and gravity. A simple pool below the vent adds moisture, making the air feel like spring. You chuckle softly. Your modern self is offended. Where's the AC unit? The noise? The electricity bill? Nope. Here. Physics does all the work, and architecture listens to nature. Some badgirs are unidirectional, catching wind from one side. Others are multidirectional, turning the entire tower into a 360-degree air whisperer. Depending on the breeze, the system adjusts, redirecting coolness down into the living space. Smart homes, you whisper, smirking. Before smart was even a word, you wander through the city, watching as the layout bends gently with the landscape. Streets are narrow on purpose, funneling airflow and providing shade. Roofs are dome-shaped to reduce heat gain, and walls are thick enough to trap cool air during the day and release it at night. And here's a twist you didn't see coming. Some homes use windcatchers in reverse. At night, when the outside air is cooler than inside, the towers suck out warm air, flushing the house with fresh cold. Kind of like opening the windows in spring, but without letting the bugs in. Historians still debate the origin of the bad gear. Was it Babylonian? Persian? Did the Egyptians have something similar? Some even argue the concept traveled via the Silk Road into North Africa and India, morphing along the way. Like most things in history, it's a mosaic with missing tiles. You pass a school, children chant verses in melodic rhythm, and a teacher, robed and regal, fans herself lazily beneath a wind catcher. You imagine the same setup today. Kids on tablets, ceiling fans humming above. Not that different, really. Just fewer goats. A merchant calls out, offering you a date from his stall. You thank him, bite into the soft flesh, and marvel that even fruit doesn't melt here, thanks to carefully placed shadows and ancient cooling tricks. And that's when it hits you. The entire city is air-conditioned, but not with compressors and coils, with wisdom and humility. Every wall, every alley, every vent and dome is tuned like an instrument, in harmony with sun and wind. You step into a small public garden. A water channel runs through it, not wide, just enough to ripple and reflect the sky. Cypress trees line the walkway. A woman draws a bucket of water and pours it at the base of a vine, humming something that sounds like a lullaby. And you realize the ancient Persians didn't fight the desert. They danced with it. Their cities are cool, not in spite of the heat, but because of it. Every hardship was treated as an invitation to invent, not with arrogance, but with observation. You lean against a mud brick wall, warmed gently by the setting sun. In the distance, a muezzin begins his call. The sound echoes up the bad gears, carried softly by the same breeze that cools the city. You wonder what stories those towers could tell, of whispered secrets, of love letters carried on the wind, of engineers who measured silence and sculpted air. You close your eyes, breathing in, and as the light fades, the city seems to sigh, preparing for sleep. But not you. Not yet. Next, you're headed underground again, into a temple, not for gods, but for fire. And yes, the fire never goes out. You stand, brush the dust from your robes, and step back into the flow of time. You emerge from the cool womb of the Yakchal into the golden blaze of the Persian sun, blinking like you've just stepped out of a dream. The light is sharp, but your mind is still wrapped in that gentle cold, like carrying a ghost of winter with you. And then the silence shifts. Not far away, you hear it, a low murmur, like wind weaving through alleys, or perhaps voices, the hum of a city. You follow it. You climb a gentle slope, cresting a small ridge, and before you, spread across the valley, like a carefully woven tapestry, is a Persian desert city, pulsing with life, but not chaotic. No smoke, no shouts, just a graceful, quiet order, as if everything breathes in rhythm with the land. This is Yazd, or something very much like it from centuries ago. Here's what you notice first. The rooftops, flat, uniform, some with domes, some with pots and herbs drying in the sun, but rising above them like watchful sails or upside-down chimneys are tall, narrow towers with slits along the sides, the windcatchers, and just like that, your inner architect sits bolt upright. Because these towers, called badgirs, are the beating heart of the Persian city's natural air conditioning. Think of them as ancient air vents, centuries ahead of their time, but instead of pushing out hot air like a modern exhaust fan, they pull in cool breezes, channeling them down into homes, storage rooms, and underground cisterns. You move closer, stepping into a narrow alleyway, cooler than it should be. Shade from mud brick walls helps, yes, but there's more. You pause, tilt your head. You hear the wind moving through the badgirs. A soft sigh, like the city itself is exhaling. Inside a nearby home, you peer through a carved wooden window. A family is gathered around a low table, a pitcher of water beads with condensation. They sit on cushions beneath an open badgir shaft, cooled not by machines, but by wind, water, and gravity. A simple pool below the vent adds moisture, making the air feel like spring. You chuckle softly. Your modern self is offended. Where's the AC unit? The noise? The electricity bill? Nope. Here. Physics does all the work, and architecture listens to nature. Some badgirs are unidirectional, catching wind from one side. Others are multidirectional, turning the entire tower into a 360-degree air whisperer. Depending on the breeze, the system adjusts, redirecting coolness down into the living space. Smart homes, you whisper, smirking. Before smart was even a word, you wander through the city, watching as the layout bends gently with the landscape. Streets are narrow on purpose, funneling airflow and providing shade. Roofs are dome-shaped to reduce heat gain, and walls are thick enough to trap cool air during the day and release it at night. And here's a twist you didn't see coming. Some homes use windcatchers in reverse. At night, when the outside air is cooler than inside, the towers suck out warm air, flushing the house with fresh cold. Kind of like opening the windows in spring, but without letting the bugs in. Historians still debate the origin of the badgir. Was it Babylonian? Persian? Did the Egyptians have something similar? Some even argue the concept traveled via the Silk Road into North Africa and India, morphing along the way. Like most things in history, it's a mosaic with missing tiles. You pass a school, children chant verses in melodic rhythm, and a teacher, robed and regal, fans herself lazily beneath a windcatcher. You imagine the same setup today. Kids on tablets, ceiling fans humming above. Not that different, really. Just fewer goats. A merchant calls out, offering you a date from his stall. You thank him, bite into the soft flesh, and marvel that even fruit doesn't melt here, thanks to carefully placed shadows and ancient cooling tricks. And that's when it hits you. The entire city is air-conditioned, but not with compressors and coils, with wisdom and humility. Every wall, every alley, every vent and dome is tuned like an instrument, in harmony with sun and wind. You step into a small public garden. A water channel runs through it, not wide, just enough to ripple and reflect the sky. Cypress trees line the walkway. A woman draws a bucket of water and pours it at the base of a vine, humming something that sounds like a lullaby. And you realize the ancient Persians didn't fight the desert. They danced with it. Their cities are cool, not in spite of the heat, but because of it. Every hardship was treated as an invitation to invent, not with arrogance, but with observation. You lean against a mud brick wall, warmed gently by the setting sun. In the distance, a muezzin begins his call. The sound echoes up the bad gears, carried softly by the same breeze that cools the city. You wonder what stories those towers could tell, of whispered secrets, of love letters carried on the wind, of engineers who measured silence and sculpted air. You close your eyes, breathing in, and as the light fades, the city seems to sigh, preparing for sleep. But not you. Not yet. Next, you're headed underground again, into a temple. Not for gods, but for fire. And yes, the fire never goes out. You stand, brush the dust from your robes, and step back into the flow of time. The air shifts as you leave the gentle hush of the windcatchers behind. There's something in the way your steps echo now, each one a little more hollow, like stone beneath your feet is remembering its age. You descend again, the slope gentle but deliberate, as if history is leading you somewhere it doesn't want everyone to find. And then you see it, a modest doorway, almost hidden by vines and sand-dusted stones, opens to a Zoroastrian fire temple, a space so quiet it almost hums. You step inside, and immediately the air thickens, not with heat, but with reverence. In the center of the chamber, behind glass and nestled in a bronze basin, is a flickering flame. It's been burning for over 1,000 years. Yes, you heard right. The fire is old, not in the way a campfire burns too long and gets moody, but truly ancient, tended every day, guarded like a heartbeat. This is Atash Beram, fire of victory, the holiest of Zoroastrian flames. And it's not just symbolic. To the faithful, fire is pure, a representation of truth, order, and the eternal spark of creation. You don't worship it exactly. You honor it, like an old friend who never leaves. You sit cross-legged on the cool stone floor. The flame flickers, casting long, sleepy shadows that seem to stretch and yawn. The priest, wrapped in white like a human scroll, glides silently across the room, tending the fire with a spoon-like tool and a pinch of perfectly dried wood. You watch closely, but you're careful not to breathe too loudly. Fire, after all, needs space to dance. Some say this particular flame has been kept alive since the 5th century, though some parts of it may trace even further back, carried like royalty from one temple to another during times of war, invasion, or political oopsies. And yes, historians still argue about the specifics. Was it ever fully extinguished? Was it moved during the Arab conquest? Did someone ever trip and almost smother it with a robe? Probably, but the core idea remains. A flame passed through generations, like a torch of memory and discipline. Here's a curious truth you wouldn't expect. They clean the air around the fire with special filters, not to preserve it from dust, but to keep the flame breathing only clean, sacred air. In a way, It's like an ancient life support system for a flame. And yes, it feels a bit dramatic. You imagine what modern architects would say. Let's just slap an LED flickering light in there. But that's missing the point, because this flame isn't just for light. It's a ritual of care, a daily promise, a reminder that even fire can be gentle if you treat it like a guest instead of a weapon. You look up. The ceiling above is soot darkened, peppered with constellations of candle scars. The air smells faintly of cedar and thyme. It's oddly comforting, like an ancient library you're not quite allowed to touch. You shift your gaze to the far wall, where inscriptions curl like ivy. Avestan script, the language of Zoroaster himself. You don't read it, not really, but the shape of the letters feels like lullabies whispered by stone. And then something tickles your memory. Fire is truth. You recall someone saying, not just heat or destruction, but a way of seeing, of being, because fire reveals. It lights up what's hidden. It forces you to be honest. And in the world of ancient Persia, fire wasn't something to fear. It was something to listen to. It told stories, judged actions, guided travelers. You remember how earlier the wind told you where to walk, how to breathe. Now, the flame tells you where to rest. You start to see the pattern. Nature wasn't controlled here. It was invited to collaborate. A young boy, perhaps an apprentice, enters quietly, holding a small bowl of clean ash. He kneels near the flame, adds a pinch, and backs away with reverence. You realize this is not just a religious rite, it's a slow-motion ritual of respect. And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know how weird this can get. Like the time we talked about ancient Roman laundry, detergent made of fermented urine, or Victorian sleep cures involving cold cabbage compresses. But here, the weirdness is in the consistency. The idea that through empires rising and falling, someone always showed up to feed the fire. You exhale slowly. The priest nods at you, not as an invitation to leave, but as if to say, now you've seen it. You're part of the memory too. Outside, the sun is lower now. You step back into the cooling dusk. The silence of the temple still wrapped around your shoulders like a shawl. And that's when you remember something from your own world. The way a child stares at a birthday candle. The way campers lean in around a fire, their faces soft with warmth. The way someone lights a candle in a dark room, not for light, but for comfort. Fire hasn't changed, only we have. You smile. The flame inside you feels a little steadier now. You walk on, past the temple gates, toward the next echo of ancient innovation, because up ahead, there's a garden. But not just any garden. The Persians invented something truly shocking for the middle of the desert. You'll never look at landscaping the same again. You follow a path that coils like a lazy serpent through dust-swept stone. The evening air wraps around you, cooler now, scented faintly with herbs, and is that jasmine? You didn't think the desert could smell like that. But here we are. The path ends at a pair of stone arches, weathered but proud, framing what looks at first like a mirage. But no, it's real. You step through the threshold and into a Persian paradise garden. A paradisa, the very word that would one day become paradise in English. And suddenly, the air is different, fresher, calmer, more deliberate. You blink, because in the middle of this desert, there's water, still mirrored pools, trickling channels of narrow streams, trees standing like green lanterns, casting shadows that shimmer slightly with every ripple. You feel cooler, instantly, not just from the shade, but from the sensation. The psychological effect is real. You've walked into a designed illusion, a place where nature, geometry, and architecture conspire to give your brain a hug. And yes, historians still argue about how old this idea is. Some trace it back to the Achaemenid Empire, others to even older Mesopotamian influences. But what we do know, the Persians turned the desert into a postcard. They didn't just build gardens to be pretty, they built them to be functional climate systems, a literal method of thermal regulation before air conditioners ever dreamed of existing. You wander further in. The layout is a perfect quadripartite, 4 sections divided by water channels, all converging in the middle, where you find a raised platform shaded by grapevines. It's like the world's first outdoor lounge. If someone brought out chilled pomegranate juice right now, you wouldn't even blink. And here's a fun detail. This garden is positioned on purpose. It's aligned not just with the sun, but with cosmic significance, a blend of astrology, Zoroastrian symbolism, and whatever the ancient equivalent of feng shui was. Everything flows in balance, even the sounds, the babble of water, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant hum of bees, who are way more relaxed than you'd expect bees to be. The sensory design is so precise, it feels like a meditation app. If that app were carved from marble and watered by underground aqueducts. Yes, aqueducts, or more accurately, qanats. Remember those from earlier? Those hidden, sloping tunnels of cool water? Well, they feed these gardens, delivering a slow, steady stream without the need for pumps or magic. It's gravity, baby. And again, it hits you. Ancient Persia didn't fight nature. It choreographed it. Like, okay, wind, you'll come in through the windcatcher, swirl here. Water, you'll cool this courtyard. Reflect light that way. Plants, make it smell like heaven. You sit on the edge of a low wall, trailing your fingers in the water. It's cold, cleaner than you expected. A small turtle stares at you from a lily pad, judging you like a tiny reptilian emperor. A gardener walks by barefoot, whistling softly. He nods, as if to say, yeah, this is a good spot. And it is. It's the kind of place that makes you forget your phone exists. You half expect a poet to step out from behind a fig tree and recite something roomy adjacent about stars and longing. But instead, the breeze answers, carrying the scent of rosewater and dry stone. Oh, and speaking of poetry, these gardens weren't just cooling systems. They were intellectual playgrounds. Philosophers, scientists, and poets all met here, because nothing sparks conversation like sipping tea next to a man-made stream in a desert. You imagine one of them leaning over to a friend and saying, you know what would make this better? Wi-Fi. But alas, ancient Persia stopped just shy of 5G. Still, you admire the ambition, building paradise on purpose, not in a heaven far away, but right here, among dust and dreams. And here's your weird fact for the night. They sometimes used night-blooming flowers strategically, so when the temperature dropped and the stars came out, the gardens would release their scent. Imagine falling asleep under a fig tree to the smell of moonflowers and the sound of trickling water. You'd never need melatonin again. Your mind drifts. You think about how we build homes now, how we hide from the heat with noise and neon, and then you look around. The stillness, the balance, the gentle symmetry. This isn't just cooling, it's healing. Your feet find a path lined with stones worn smooth. The moon is rising, casting silver across the water. It's time to move on. One last glance back at the garden, its whisper of paradise still lingering behind your eyes. And as you step out through the arch again, the desert doesn't feel so empty. You've seen what's possible when humans listen to water, to wind, to soil. But what if they listen to stars? Because up next is something else entirely. A building designed to talk to the sky, built not to trap air, but to chart time. An observatory so advanced it'll make your smartwatch blush. You walk further, your sandals barely making a sound against the packed sand. The night has deepened, inky and vast, but you feel oddly alert, as if the very sky were urging you onward. There's something up ahead, a faint shimmer of marble, or perhaps starlight bouncing off polished stone. You reach it just as the wind stills. A tall structure, cylindrical and elegant, rises from the earth like a question whispered into the cosmos. This is an observatory, the Maraghe Observatory, to be exact, built in the 13th century by the Ilkhanid dynasty in Persia, under the guidance of the legendary polymath Nasir al-Din al-Tusi. It doesn't look like a science lab. It looks like a temple for stargazers. And tonight, you're invited in. You step through a carved archway and into a quiet, domed chamber where the floor is laid with intricate, geometric mosaics. They look almost hypnotic, and you realize this whole building is designed to focus your attention upward. You look through the open ceiling, and there it is, the sky, enormous, dazzling, ridiculous in its complexity. You never really noticed how many stars there are. Thousands, tens of thousands, blinking silently over you like gossiping gods. Nasir al-Din al-Tusi, your invisible guide, would have loved this moment. He once said the heavens were not chaotic. They were a library in motion. And here, he and his team of astronomers, Arabs, Persians, Turks, even Chinese scholars, gathered to decode the sky. You spot the massive mural quadrant, still faintly visible on the inner wall. It was over 18 meters long, allowing observers to track star positions with a precision that would hold up for centuries. No GPS, no laptops, just geometry, polished stone, and obsessive accuracy. And oh yes, historians still debate whether this observatory directly influenced the Renaissance thinkers of Europe. Some say yes. Its techniques and star charts traveled via scholars to Italy. Others say the connection is more myth than fact. But either way, you're standing in the middle of a place that literally moved minds. There's a dusty scroll on a wooden lectern, likely a replica, but your imagination doesn't care. You brush your hand over it, ink faded, stars marked with tiny circles and strange glyphs. You don't understand it, but your fingers tingle like they do. You remember those windcatchers from earlier, the bad gears. They brought the sky down into homes. But here, the purpose was different. This place lifted you toward the sky, not physically, but mentally, emotionally, cosmically. You're not cooling your body anymore. You're cooling your spirit. And here's your peculiar bedtime fact. Tussi's model of planetary motion corrected some of Ptolemy's biggest errors centuries before Copernicus did. Yet most people have never heard of him. Isn't that a little wild? He even developed something called the Tussi couple, a math trick that helped explain how celestial bodies could appear to move in straight lines while orbiting in circles. You squint at the mosaic under your feet, and yeah, it kind of looks like a math diagram drawn by someone who's been sipping rosewater tea in a hammock. A soft sound catches your ear. A night owl? No. A breeze through an oculus. This observatory is ventilated too. Open-air structures with passive cooling, because even geniuses get sweaty under the stars. You lean back against a marble pillar. It's cool to the touch, solid. You wonder what conversations once echoed here. Debates about Venus, Mars, maybe even comets. Did anyone argue about astrology versus astronomy? Probably. Humans are excellent at arguing. And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know how weird this can get. Some ancient scholars believed the stars sang, that the universe had a music of its own, a symphony too vast for mortal ears. You close your eyes and try to hear it anyway. A thought sneaks in. What if buildings today tried harder to lift us like this? What if instead of neon and glass and constant updates, we built quiet places just to think, just to look up? You sit there for a moment longer, watching the sky do its slow ancient dance, and then you rise. You follow a narrow passage, leading away from the dome, past quiet rooms, once used by scholars to sleep, study, and maybe sneak a pomegranate or two. Your final destination awaits. A place few talk about, but once central to comfort in every Persian town. A bathhouse. But this isn't just steam and scrubbing. It's airflow, water flow, social flow, and it's where you'll feel the full circle of cooling, from stars to skin, from sky to soul. You find yourself stepping through a low, carved doorway into the warm, steamy embrace of a Persian bathhouse known as a hammam. The faint scent of rosewater and eucalyptus lingers, mixed with the soft echo of dripping water and distant chatter. It's a place designed not only for cleansing the body, but for calming the mind, and of course, escaping the heat. Remember those windcatchers we talked about earlier? Well, the hammam uses a clever mix of air and water currents to keep things just right. You feel the warm steam swirling around you, but it's not overwhelming. Instead, it's soothing, like a gentle hug on a hot day. They called it garmkhane, the warm house, but it also had ingenious ways to cool down once the heat peaked. This bathhouse has a complex system of underground channels that run cold water beneath the floors and walls, like nature's own air conditioning. Imagine that, while the bathers lounge on warm marble slabs, Their feet might rest on cooler tiles, creating a subtle contrast that refreshes without shocking. It's a dance of temperatures that your modern AC could never replicate with such elegance. And if you think that's neat, here's a curious little detail. Some bathhouses even used wind towers built right into their walls to catch breezes and funnel them gently inside, making the air feel crisp and alive. So, the same principle that cooled entire homes worked here too, mingling with the steam and scented oils. You sit on a stone bench and dip your fingers into a small pool of cold water. It's refreshing, but you also notice the intricate tile mosaics beneath your fingertips, telling stories of mythical creatures, flowing rivers, and starry nights. Reminders that even in the heat, beauty was never sacrificed. You think about the social side of these hammams, how they were places to meet, to gossip, to relax, to heal. The bathhouse wasn't just about hygiene, it was a community hub, a quiet refuge from the sun and the noise of the city. And just like our ancient scholars who built observatories to study the skies, these bathers built spaces to soothe the body and mind. And here's your bedtime fact. Though these cooling techniques were common in Persia centuries ago, many Western societies didn't adopt similar ideas until much later, and often less elegantly. The ingenuity of passive cooling from thousands of years ago still amazes modern architects as you lean back, letting the gentle warmth of the bathhouse and the cool touch of marble lull you. You realize this ancient knowledge is still with us, inspired designs, forgotten secrets, and timeless comfort. You breathe deeply. The world outside is quiet now, and inside, you feel the calm wash over you. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights, get cozy, and together we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale.